Hello, 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 hello. It's Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Welcome. My name is Jason Newland, and this is Q&A Friday. I decided I love my Q&A Fridays. I love them very much, and I want to continue Q&A Friday every Friday. You may not agree, but I just love it. I think it's just nice to have that. Oh, blimey! It's nice to have that communication with you who are listening. It gives you an opportunity to ask me any questions, and you know what I mean, just like once a week. Although I am happy to do shout outs, because I do Let Me Bore You to Sleep every day during the week. I'm not sure if I'm going to do one at the weekend. Probably won't do one tomorrow because boxing's on, or Sunday, but there's a chance I will. I don't know, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely attempt to stick to at least Monday to Friday. Oh yeah, only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Yeah, so that's it really. Oh, God blimey. I wasn't yawning before I started this. I don't mean 20 years ago when I first started. I'm talking about this particular recording. It's been raining pretty much all day today. All day long. I've taken Vinny out twice, but I couldn't really face going out again. So I went outside, I saw the rain, proper raining, at about 4 o'clock. And I thought, that's what I thought. I thought, I don't want to. I just don't want to. Don't want to do it. So I didn't. So yeah. Oh, God. It is 6:31 p.m. in the eve, and it's dark outside. But that's normal at this time of the year. It is Friday the 6th of February 2026. I spoke to my neighbour this afternoon. We had a chat for about an hour, so that was nice. It turns out... I'll stop yawning in a minute, don't worry. Only ever lasts for about half an hour. It turns out that she can't really hear Vinny barking, but what she can hear is me telling Vinny to stop barking. So I can be a little bit shouty. It's only because I want him to not disturb the neighbour downstairs. Well, now I realise that he's not disturbing the neighbours downstairs, but I perhaps am, by trying to get him to be quiet. So from now on, I will just do it in a wispy voice. Not wispy, whispery. What's the difference in what I suppose a wispy is? Yeah, stop barking, Vinny. Is that a wispy voice, isn't it? But like a whispery, whisper, purr, you know? Yeah. That takes the pressure off me a little bit, because I've really been a bit kind of getting a little bit uptight, especially as we've now got a new dog over the fence. So he's listening out for that, of course, and then the neighbours are back shouting again because they're out in the garden. And there's this morning about 10 to 7, or maybe earlier in the morning, there was a scream in the garden, which I would guess was a cat. Vinny was in the bedroom, and he started barking full pelt, like proper, which is way too early. So I'm going, yeah, shut up, yeah. And yeah, so that was good to find out. It's like, actually, I don't have to worry so much that he's barking. It doesn't mean that I just leave him barking, but I can just be a little bit like more calmer within myself. Because I got a thing, it's more than don't, I cannot disturb my neighbours. It's very important that I don't. So, that's kind of how I go forward with that. So it makes it a little bit easier. Another thing that I'm going to do next week is, sometime next week, she's going to be downstairs and I'm going to be up here, and I'm going to be punching my punch bag, and she'll let me know sort of what kind of noise it is, how noisy it is, and whether or not it's disturbing. Because her opinion is just do what you want. Okay, but my opinion is no. I want to make sure that I'm not disturbing anyone. So, she's agreed to me to do that. So because I don't want to go on about ailments, but I will a little bit, because it's just what's happening. It's just the reality of my life. My lower back seems to be getting worse, and things like being on a treadmill or exercise bike, as far as cardiovascular, doesn't seem to be like an option anymore. However, a punch bag, for whatever weird reason, I can do, and I've always enjoyed punching ever since I was a little kid. So it's not about aggression or anything. It's just I just like punching the punch bag. And you might say, well, how's that going to get you cardiovascular, whatever? But I can do it for an hour, and I'm not going like full pelt. So when I'm doing it, I'm getting a proper sweat on, heart's racing, and it's kind of, it's good exercise. And it's also good, for my upper body muscles, and I suppose for my legs as well. But it can kind of gentle, because I can do it without punching hard, or even punching even normal. It's about the movement. Sometimes I do it when it's just hardly any movement at all. It's just very soft taps, but it's almost Tai Chi in a way, but with a punch bag. Tai boxing, Tai Chi boxing, Tai Chi shadow boxing. I don't know. So that's going to be what I'm going to be doing going forward. I've still got my weights, and I'm just very aware now of being a little bit more careful with my back, because it's just, I suppose it's worried me a little bit recently, because the other day I really was struggling to walk because of the pain, and that I haven't had that for quite a while, and it just it concerned me a little bit, to be honest, because all I was doing was just trying to walk to the end of the road with somebody who wasn't even particularly walking fast, but he is a friend, a neighbour, and he said, I'm going to the pharmacy. So I said, well, why don't I go with you? Why don't we walk up there together? And he said, oh, okay. So I'm walking, and because I thought, well, he's with me. Not that I need him with me, but I don't. Normally, I get my prescription, I get someone to deliver it or to pick it up for me, which I did in the end. And it was a little bit embarrassing, to be fair, because I didn't even get halfway up the road before I had to stop and turn back. So it just got me thinking, and I do need to start getting a bit more exercise, but I have to be a bit more creative in how I do it. Plus, pretty much all the weight I lost, I put back on again, so I think I'm like 16 stone again. No, I did get down to 14 and a half. But it doesn't seem to have all gone on my stomach. So I don't know, I might just have a really fat back or something, I'm not sure. But yeah, so that's it. It's not really anything interesting, but those are a couple of things that have been useful to know. One, that Vinny's not really disturbing anyone, because I'm not bothered about the other neighbours in the building, simply because the other neighbours can't hear him when they're in their flats, because I have them in the living room with me or in the bedroom. If he's barking excessively, you know, like if he was like barking for 20 minutes or an hour constantly, yeah, I guess the whole neighbourhood might hear him. But it's never for more than a few seconds, unless someone knocks at the door, and then he does what every dog does generally, and he barks, because it's guess what he's supposed to do, isn't it? I imagine he's either protecting his home, although I think it's more likely he's just excited that he's got a visitor, because he loves people. He's a proper human person. He loves humans, like really loves people. I don't understand why, but he does. So it's nice. And he likes some dogs, but I would say 80% of the time that we see another dog out, he'll go over to the owners. Probably 85% of the time, if not higher. That's his ratio. He wants to say hello to the humans. He's not that bothered about the dogs, apart from just a few that he likes to play with. Yeah, that's just the way he is. So far this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I did 3 hypnosis sessions and a Let Me Bore You to Sleep session. So I did 4 recordings a day. Today, so far, I've just done 1 relaxation or 1 hypnosis session. I've not edited it or uploaded it. And I'm doing this Let Me Bore You to Sleep. So there is a chance I might do another couple of hypnosis sessions, just to stick to the plan, if you know what I mean. Just to stick to what I promised that I would do. And I did it. I guess it's just like to show that I can do that if I try. And then maybe take the weekend off. I don't know, we'll see. But I might have to order some food in, because I don't think there's anything for me to eat here. maybe beans on... Yeah, I could probably do beans on toast, so that'll be all right. Maybe beans on toast with a croissant. There's a croissant in the freezer. I don't know if... Does that go with beans on toast? Beans on croissants. That's a weird one, isn't it? I bet you that tastes nice. I bet you. Tastes something that I haven't had for years. Beans and sausages. They used to be like a weekly treat for me when I was younger, in my 20s. So I'd have tins of beans. Like, I like the little beans, the little tins, rather than the big tins. The big tins, because I don't eat a whole tin when I eat my beans. I only have half a tin. So if I'm using a whole tin, I either have to put it in a bowl, so using a bowl up, bearing in mind I've only got 2 bowls, or I used to put tin foil over the top and put it in the fridge. But then I'd forget about it and it'd become rusty. And it's hard to kind of get the beans out and divide the rust from the beans. So I always buy tins of the small beans, small tins. The small beans, you know what I mean. Because that's just the perfect portion for me. I think I get 3 in a pack. But back, quite a few years back, I used to get the odd tin of beans and sausages. And I think I would get a big tin of that, because the beans wouldn't be with anything else. It wouldn't be an accompaniment. It'd be the main dish. So two pieces of toast and those beans and sausages sprinkled on top. Maybe with some cheese, and perhaps put that under the grill, some melted cheese, or do it the other way around. Do cheese on toast and then put the beans and sausages on top. Oh, and sometimes add a couple of fish cakes or fish fingers. That's when I used to get experimental. It's like a really unhealthy lasagna. Kind of. I mean, layers. What other thing? Is tiramisu, isn't that layers, and trifles layers, and lasagna's layers? It's all about layers, baby. Layers, layers, layers. Ooh. Well, you want me to talk about the stats? Okay. Well, let me know if you're from any of these places, because I've noticed, let's say for the last 7 days. So on my normal podcast, the Spreaker one, where all my main podcasts are, but I've also got SoundCloud as well. I've had 8,048 downloads in the last 7 days. And if we look where they are coming from, geolocation, countries, so United States at the top, like it pretty much always is, 39%, and United Kingdom 23%. Then Canada, Australia, Ireland, Spain, the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Czechia, Belgium, Germany, Indonesia, Thailand, France, Norway, India, Russia, Mexico, Switzerland, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Poland, Taiwan, New Zealand. I remember when New Zealand used to be a lot higher up, so I don't know my New Zealand. Where are you, my New Zealand listeners? So that's in the last 7 days. So if I go to... okay. So if I go to United Kingdom, England, so let me know, please let me know if you're from these places, because there's a lot of different places that people are listening to me from England. I've only got Hartlepool at the top, Mitcham, Southall, Bognor Regis. See, I worked at Bognor Regis, Butlins, long time ago. I can still remember when I used to work at Bognor Regis, Butlins. See, it might be someone that I know. You never know. I met a couple of people that possibly stayed there. I don't know. Whoever it was, they'll be old now. Everyone will be old now. Blimey. Even, wow. Is it weird? So I was like, what was I? 25 at the time. 25. Everybody would now be, that I met, would be over 50. And some of the people that were probably in their 30s or 40s even at the time will now be in their, 90s? 25, 35, 40, 55, 65, 70 rather, perhaps not 90. My dad hates being called 90, but he is 80 soon. 80 years old. 80. Even when you say it quickly, it's still 80. It's like, wow. City of London, Bristol, Liverpool, Barnet, Corbridge, Dursley. I got no idea where Dursley is, or Corbridge. Warwick, Edmonton, that's where I was born. Well, I was born in Enfield. Gosport, Ashford, London. Ashford is in Kent, isn't it? London, Wolverhampton. I've been to Wolverhampton once. I went all the way up there to meet a lady. This is probably 99, 2000. And yeah, went all the way there from London. Spent about 3 hours and I came home. Birmingham, Doncaster, Newcastle upon Tyne. Used to live in Newcastle. I don't think I've ever been to Birmingham. I've probably gone through it, you know, as far as travelled through, but I've never been to Birmingham. Reading, Colford, East Moseley, Heathfield, Sutton Coldfield. I've heard of that, but I don't know where it is. Colchester, North Shields. So North Shields is near Newcastle. York, Eastbourne. Been to Eastbourne. Brent. Don't know where that is. Is that Kent as well? Bishop Stortford. I mean, I know the I don't know where it is, but I've heard the name loads of times. Ealing. Yep. Used to be a comedy store in Ealing called... what was it called? The Ealing... Oh, it's going to bug me. The Ealing... I think it was on a... It was on a Monday night. It was a big audience. The Bearcat Club. Wow. It was called the Bearcat Club. And lovely audience. Really big. And there was... Yeah, it was a big old place. I say big, but as far as the audience goes, there must have been at least a couple of hundred people in there, all like lined up, and you know, yeah, it's a good comedy club. It was just like a room next to a pub or something. and the Bearcat Comedy Club. I wonder if it's still running. I'm just going to search that. Bearcats Comedy Club. The Bearcat Comedy Club in Twickenham. That's not what I said at all, is it? What does I say? Ealing. Okay, I got it wrong. It does exist though. The Bearcat Comedy Club is in Twickenham. The Turk's Head, still the same place. One of London's oldest and best loved stand-up comedy clubs. Yep. I wonder if it's just on a Monday, or maybe they've extended it to other places. Let's have a look. Other days rather. Finding this. Turk's Head, Saturday 28th. Round the World Comedy from Ireland to Zimbabwe. Saturday. Maybe it wasn't a Monday. Maybe I got it completely wrong. But then we are talking a few years ago. It's just saying here, the Bearcat Club, 1984 to 2024. But it's still running. So that's 42 years. That's older than me if I was younger. So there was definitely a comedy club in Ealing. I know that 100%. I just don't know now. I can't remember where it is. Where was it? I think it might just have been called the Ealing Comedy Club. Then you've got Hertford, Swindon. They got me out of that one, didn't they? Yeah, sounds reasonable, doesn't it? The Ealing Comedy Club. Lowestoft. Been to Lowestoft. I did. In Lowestoft, I did a reflexology course, and it was in like this old lighthouse thing. Yeah, I think it was a lighthouse, like an old light that didn't work anymore. It was unusual. Telford, and that was, I think, 2005, I think. Telford, Woking, Margate, Southwark, Tottenham, Oldham, Broadstairs and Bracknell. So if you're in any of those places, just let us know. Yeah. So, questions. Question time. So look. Right, I've got a few questions to answer, so let me just say, also just to let you know that I have been started to add my newest recordings on like the video. So what I do is I download the video from YouTube of the podcast that's uploaded to YouTube, and then I add them, upload them to Facebook, all my Facebook pages, including the Jason Newland's Boring group, upload them to Instagram, X and TikTok. So it just makes it easier, so you can, if you want to, you can actually listen to the whole thing on Facebook without even leaving Facebook at all. Just make it slightly easier. Of course, there's also 6 versions, as there has been for years. So you can, if you want to listen to a long one with music or whatever, so you can just go to my podcast or go to my website, or go onto YouTube. They're on there as well. Yeah, yippity. So okay, I'll stop the silly noises now. So what we do, I'm just having a look to see if I've got any massages, but I don't think I have. Don't seem to have any massages. No. So let me just go to that. The last video I uploaded to Facebook was gratitude as deep rest. So I'm going to go into my Facebook group, Jason Newland's boring group. It's gone down, I remember. It was 243, now it's 242. So if you'd like to join, and become a member, then why don't you join to become a member? Ooh, ooh. That wasn't very good, was it? It really wasn't. It really wasn't at all. No. So, any questions? Well, actually, it's any question 4. So, it was a bit of a rush job. I posted that this morning for today's Q&A Friday. I knew I already had some questions that had been asked earlier in the week separately, so I thought I'd add those myself onto underneath, and then I've had another couple of questions also asked. So I will start with Joanne, who asked me. So I've got Joanne, Mike and Cindy, who asked me 3 different questions like throughout the week. So I've got Joanne first. Hi Jason, hope you're well. Question for today or next week if I have left it too late. I love boxing too. I also love all the Rocky films. Do you? I used to love the Rocky films, yeah. I grew up watching them. I mean, even Rocky 4 was about 1991. No, Rocky 5, I think it was 91. I loved that movie. And it was the most, I guess, the least popular Rocky movie of all of them. And I still loved it. Partly because it had a real heavyweight boxer in it who did go on to win the world title, which was Tommy Morrison. So it kind of, that's one of the reasons I liked it. And I liked the story. I liked, I mean, the first Rocky movie, was it 75 or 79? Rocky, or was it 78? I think it was 75, which is ridiculous. 1976. Crazy, isn't it? I was 6 years old when it came out, or 5 years old when it came out. So by the time I was probably 9 or 10, 11, it was on TV. They were showing it on TV. So I remember seeing it. I've seen it multiple times, through my childhood and stuff. Rocky 2 is probably my least favourite, just because it's a rematch. I was never really a big fan of rematches. The first Rocky movie was, it was amazing, really. The whole thing was just, it was gritty, and there was a whole, him trying to get out of the life that he was in, and he didn't have as much faith in himself as his own trainer, and the way he wanted to, I don't know, he asked Adrian out, who worked in a pet shop. Adrian, do you want to go out for a drink, Adrian? And I liked the whole movie. And yeah, I liked the second one as well, but I preferred the first one. But I would say that the third one with Mr. T was more exciting, was the most exciting out of the first three. Mr. T, because he was, ironically, Rocky 3. When was Rocky 3? Rocky 3 came out in 1982. And it's kind of ironic in a way, because you had Clubber Lang, who was Mr. T, and then it was 4 years before Mike Tyson came along and was like a real life Clubber Lang, knocking everyone out. So maybe that's why I liked Mike Tyson so much when he was starting out, because it just reminded me of Mr. T, and having grown up with Mr. T, watching him on the A-Team. Was he on the A-Team first, or was he... So Rocky 2 was 1979. 82 was Rocky 3. I'm pretty sure Rocky 4 wasn't till about 85. I might be wrong. So yeah, I liked Rocky 3 probably more, possibly, than the other two. And then Rocky 4 came along, and it was much more glamorous, because at this point Rocky was, multi-millionaire, living in a big mansion, and Dolph Lundgren was, this big, massive giant, and I just remember hearing the build-up. So I didn't hear the build-up to any of the other Rocky movies. Probably maybe because I was so young when they were coming out. But Rocky 4, I remember Irwin Winkler. Is he related to Charles Winkler, David Winkler? No, he's not. I thought he might be related to the Fonz. It's 94. Okay, so he's produced. So the Rocky franchise, let's have a look. Rocky, I'm trying to look when Rocky 4 came out. Rocky 4, Rocky 2, 3, 4, 85, that's what I thought. So it was on TV by 86, which is really quick for a movie to be on TV within a year. Because I remember watching it at my step-grandmother's flat on TV. Maybe it was the premiere, but I remember watching it, because I don't know if I got to see it at the cinema. I probably would have gone to see it at the cinema, personally. Very much would have done, probably. I just don't remember. Plus, I was really into boxing at that time as well. So Rocky 5... Rocky 4, sorry. Rocky 4. Rocky 3... I don't know which one I like the best. In some ways, and it's going to sound weird, in some ways I like Rocky 5. I just do like Rocky 5. I also liked Rocky Balboa, which was 2006. And that's probably one of my favourite ones, Rocky Balboa. And then you had Creed, and Creed 2 and Creed 3. So yeah, I've watched all of the Rocky movies. So what's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 9 Rocky movies. I mean, technically the Creeds as a spin-off, but it's still a Rocky movie, isn't it? Because what would that have done if it wasn't for Sylvester Stallone being in it? You know, I mean, it might have done well, but I think it needed. But was he in Creed 3? He wasn't. Yes. I don't think he was even in it. Starring. It was produced by Sylvester Stallone. Was he not even in the movie? How can that be so? That doesn't make any sense. He's not down listed at all as being in the movie. I don't understand. How? Budget of 75 million, made 276. How could he not have been in that movie though? I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I'm just flummoxed. And he's definitely in the Rock Creed 2 and Creed 1. Oh, Dolph Lundgren was in that as well. That was funny. Because I think Creed fights Dolph Lundgren's son. So yeah, I do. I like the. I've watched a lot of boxing movies over the years. I like the I mean, I don't think. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but some of the fight scenes, they're not like a box. They're not like a real fight, in a sense. Because if you watch a lot of boxing, you can see it's very different. And it's much more dramatic as well. I think Rocky, doesn't he like go down and then the other fighter is still hitting him, like, now that would be disqualification. That'd be the end of the fight. But for drama, this is for the icon. It's such an iconic movie, especially the first one. You know, he's running up the steps of the. I don't know. Is it New York? Is it New York or is it Washington? No, I don't know. In America, anyway, he's running up the stairs and he puts his hand up and stuff. And then there's a few iconic moments, I think, in those movies. There's the other one where he's with Creed in the ring, but they're in the gym on their own, and decide who's gonna ring the bell, and it goes ding ding with his glove. So that was quite cool. I don't know. What's the name? The Butterfly Man? Is it the Cinderella Man? That was good. That had Gladiator Man in that. Yeah, there's been a few boxing movies over the years that I've enjoyed. The one with Robert De Niro, Raging Bull. Now, I didn't realise how horrible that movie was until I watched it as an older person. For some reason, I kind of missed the. It wasn't a nice watch. I guess I just wasn't focusing on some of the bad stuff that was going on. But I watched it a few years back, and I was like, some of this is what's going on? This is horrible. He's not a nice character at all. Was it Jake LaMotta or something, wasn't it, his name? It's supposed to be in that. So he didn't come across as the nicest person. Other boxing movies, there was a one with Batman's brother and he played what's his name that fought. What's his name? He played what's his name? Who played fought what's his name? Oh, Gatti. So Gatti's opponent, his name's not coming to me at the moment, but they had a trilogy, and it was a huge deal in America, this trilogy they had, because basically Ward Gatti, I think his name was surname was Ward. So Gatti was the world champion, and Ward was, I think he was like a replacement for someone that cancelled or got pulled out with injury or something. So they pulled in Ward at the last minute, and he gave Gatti a hell of a fight. He didn't win, but he really pushed him to the brink. And then they had a second fight, and they were just, I think Ward might have won the second one, I'm not sure, but it was 3 iconic fights. I'm using the word iconic a lot, haven't I, today? Ward, Gatti, let's have a look. I just want to make sure I get it right, because so the greatest fights. So Mickey Ward, he's 60 now. He's 7 foot, no, he's 5'8". So basically, I don't know. Oh, give me his. Why would you miss out his fights? I mean, isn't that the whole point of having him on here, to show his fights? And it's not. It's not showing his fights. It's because it's gone to Larry Hazard. Why has it gone to Larry Hazard? I didn't click on Larry Hazard. So Ward had 14 wins until he lost to Edwin Currett in the 15th. Then he had a few more wins. Then he lost in his 20th fight. Another win. Then he lost. 2 more wins. Then he lost 1, 2, 3, 4 times in a row. So he wasn't. He was kind of like a journeyman, kind of, during that period for 2 years. And then, like, I think this is similar to someone I looked at yesterday, and suddenly they've had loads of wins. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins in a row. And then he fought for the IBF light welterweight title, which, of course, is a world title, so it's a big deal, but he did lose. But he found that he fought his way to contention from all those losses to suddenly win 7 in a row. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a row? And then he came back, won 1, lost 1, but then he lost to Zab Judah, who went on to be a big star in boxing. And then he won 3 in a row. And then he had another loss. So, and then he won another 2 in a row. And had another loss. So he was kind of, in a way, under the radar, in a sense of, not under the radar, but he wasn't known, I guess, it wasn't a big name in the boxing world, because I guess how many losses he'd had. I mean, the only person, I mean, he did fight for the world title, so that's like a really, a big event, you know, even though he didn't win. And then he fought Zab Judah, so he lost there, but still it's a future big name. This is at 98. And then he fought Arturo Gatti in 2002, May the 18th. And he won that. I got it wrong, the wrong way round. He won that by majority decision, but there was no world title on the stakes. Even Arturo Gatti had one previously being a world champion. And apparently it's one of the most exciting fights I've seen. I think I've seen clips of all three. So they did it again in November 2002. This time Arturo Gatti won, unanimous decision, and they did it again in June 7th 2003, and Gatti won again, unanimous decision. But apparently it was the same thing 3 times in a row, absolute carnage. So he was a relentless pressure fighting style, apparently to this, according to Wikipedia. Apparently Zab Judah said Ward had a body shot that would stop a donkey. So yeah, it was those 3 fights have gone down as a legendary triple thing in boxing, in the boxing world. Anyone that likes boxing or is really into boxing, if you mention Arturo Gatti Ward, they're probably going to know. And if they don't know, then they're going to want to watch it, because it's phenomenal. I think there's a documentary about it actually, but they literally go at each other the whole time. It's almost like they were cancelling each other out. So I can't remember the original question. Sorry. I do love the Rocky films. I tell you what, how I wanted it to go. I would have liked for Rocky's son to have got into boxing, and the drama that would have unfolded, because Rocky wouldn't have wanted his son to be a boxer, although his son didn't become a boxer, did he, in the movies? But that would have been an interesting thing. But I'd like the way they brought Creed's son in, because that brought new life to the whole thing. And in Rocky Balboa, that whole thing of like who would have won between, I think, didn't they have it on the TV? Who would have won, Muhammad Ali or Rocky Balboa? You know, like a digital made-up computer synthesis of who would have won, which is what people in boxing have been talking about. They still talk about it, don't they, in Facebook pages, and like, who would win between Ali and Mike Tyson in their prime? Who would win? Like, we don't know. There's no way to know. It's pointless asking. Who is the best? Who had the hardest puncher? We don't know. No, but I saw it in the paper that Foreman had the biggest punch. But I saw it in the paper that Wilder had the biggest punch. We don't know. Unless you will line every single heavyweight boxer, or every boxer actually, and test them on the same pressure machine, like punching pad or ball or whatever, then you can't do it. You can't know. I mean, wasn't Ngannou supposed to have the hardest punch in the world of combat sports? It's not mentioned anymore, but it was mentioned on the build-up to him fighting Tyson Fury a few years back. A few years? Or when was it? A couple of years ago? 3 years ago? So I just see that all the time, and people say, "Oh, who's the best boxer that Britain's produced?" And no one seems to remember Lloyd Honeyghan, who was an absolute legend He went to America and he beat the pound for pound #1 boxer in the world. The pound for pound, who was Donald Curry. He was ranked higher than Mike Tyson. He was the king of boxing at the time. And Lloyd Hunnigan went over there and beat him up. He went to America and did the job. And it was 1986, the same year that Mike Tyson won the world title. And I think he did it before Mike Tyson did it. But it was around the same kind of time. I just know, I remember where I was living, because I used to have to watch the boxing on a Sunday morning. And it was quite difficult because I'd be hogging the TV and other people would be in there, and I'm just like, they'd be talking and like, will you just shut up? It's only for 45, 50 minutes, go on. Can't really do that when you're in someone else's house. Mike asks, alright, this was to do with an image of me and Vinny getting married on one of my podcast images a few days ago. Mike asks, any videos of the wedding night? Asking for a friend. No. I just thought I added that, made me laugh, so I thought I'd just add that on there anyway, but no. We didn't really get married, it's just an image. I'm not sure where you're from, but it's not allowed here. It's frowned upon, interspecies marriage. I feel like I might as well be married to him though. We're pretty much inseparable. Well, thank you for that, Mike, and also thank you, Joanne. Cindy asks me, hi Jason, I've been seeing Spudman videos on TikTok, so I was wondering if you've ever had a jacket potato. What are your favourite toppings? Well, first of all, I'm going to go on to, I want to have a look at Spudman. I think it's very important to do research. Minimal research. Alright, let's have a look. Spudman. So what is Spudman? Let's have a look if it's on TikTok, because that'd be easier. How do I look up stuff? Spudman. No, it literally is people. It's okay. I'm pretty sure I saw it on a TV channel earlier. So if I just put in Spudman. I don't wanna run away. Spudman. Seeing videos on. Oh, I thought it was like a cartoon. Oh, why is Spudman famous? Oh, he sells jacket potatoes. I'm sorry, I didn't realise. The incredible journey of Spudman from his iconic Spud trailer to TikTok success and jacket potato sales. Learn how his hard work and dedication built a net worth of nearly 3.9 million. Oh. Apparently he earns £83,000 with one video. I don't know how that's possible. I genuinely don't know how I don't know how money's made on TikTok. Well, I don't know how it all works. That's what I mean. I've been eating jacket potatoes, not recently, but since I was a kid. We used to have jacket potatoes with butter on and cheese, grated cheese. Yeah, and sometimes we would have. I tell you, when I remember having jacket potatoes would be. I'll tell you one thing. My first stepmom, so good with food. She was just really great cook, and I just had a flashback of pleasure. It's weird, isn't it? It's just Saturday nights used to be nice, so we'd have. Yeah, generally like crisps and stuff and sandwiches and like a buffet, and then we'd have a plate of food, and we'd watch telly, watch the early evening telly, whatever was on, Blind Date, I don't know, all the different things that are on, the A-Team and stuff. Although I do remember the A-Team being on a little bit earlier, about 5, but I might be wrong. So, but jacket potatoes, I remember bonfire night, we used to have jacket potatoes and pizza, and all like a buffet kind of thing, but just take your own jacket potatoes, and it'd be cold outside, and we'd just go and watch the fireworks, and my dad would do the fireworks, and we'd all be wrapped. We'd all have our coats on, but the back door would be open, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was good. Cakes. Oh, some of those cakes. I'd almost like to go back in time just to eat some of the cakes again. Honestly. I really did not appreciate the cakes. Maybe I did actually. I've always had a bit of a sweet tooth, so maybe I did appreciate them because I used to enjoy eating them. So that's a sign of appreciation, isn't it? If you enjoy something. Plus, I used to help her cook or bake sometimes some of the cakes. So yeah, it's so nice. The cakes, they were like perfect. There was two things I really, really liked, probably above anything else, and I liked everything. There was these slices of, I think they were Rice Krispie cakes, but they were proper toffee, Rice Krispie and toffee, and wow, they were just amazing. Just really, honestly, they'd be cold. You could eat them warm, but they'd be cold, but they're just so tasty. It's like toffee and Rice Krispies slices. And then there was the other things which tasted different. I think they kind of had cinnamon in, and they were more round, but they were tough. They weren't easy, and it was almost like another version of the Rice Krispie cakes, but they were very solid and chewy and tasted different, and amazing. Perhaps I should take up baking. Wow, can you imagine how heavy I'd get if that was my new hobby, making cakes? Because let's face it, I'll have to eat them myself. Who am I going to give them to? wow, I would end up massive, like massive. I'm talking like they'd have to take the lid off of this house to get me out. Because I'd be eating all the time. In fact, I'd probably be eating while I was cooking. So I'd have to cook a second lot because I'd be eating the first lot whilst I was cooking the second lot. Then I'd cook another lot. Yeah, it'd just be never ending, wouldn't it? And I'd just be sitting there waiting for the cooker to go bing bing, it's ready, or whatever cookers do. Oh man, toffee. She used to make toffee. She used to make fudge. It's amazing, seriously. As well as some of the like standards, like mince pies. The only thing I never really liked, and it wasn't something that she cooked, but I was never into custard. Never really liked custard. Just wasn't a custard person. Pretty much my whole life, never really. I know some people like, what do you mean you don't like custard? Almost like I've just said that I don't like oxygen. What do you mean? You don't like to breathe? No, I don't like custard. It's just one of those things. No. What do you mean you don't want this gold bar? I'm giving it to you for free. You don't want it? No, it's custard. I don't like custard. So, why is he talking about a gold? Why is he talking about a gold bar? I understood it when I said it. I knew where I was going. I was comparing the ridiculousness of like making such a big deal of not liking custard when it's just custard. It's not actually something, valuable, as it were. Maybe like a gold bar, and I was thinking about a big gold bar, not a little gold bar, even though the little gold bar could also be worth some money as well. Yes. Spudman. So my answer is yes. I've had jacket potatoes loads of times. Used to be at home. I've cooked my own jacket potatoes many times. I'm very, very inflexible and uncreative when it comes to jacket potatoes, whether I'm buying them or if I've cooked them myself. It really is butter, maybe cheese, maybe beans. That's it. Maybe beans and sausages if I've, treating myself. But generally, I don't go for the whole curry and all the different toppings that some people have. I don't do all that. And I'm not into curry really anyway, but I'm not into that kind of putting lots of different savoury toppings on. I might squirt a bit of tomato ketchup. But the last town I lived before I moved here, there was a spud place where I think they made an absolute fortune because all the potatoes were pretty much cooked, ready for lunchtime, which would be about 12 o'clock. And loads of the office people came along and they probably had 100 potatoes, maybe 200 already done. And then they just basically probably already cut open and they just put stuff in what they wanted. And they were charging probably a £5 per jacket potato. So they're probably making quite a fair bit of money, fair bit of cash every week, because they were there 5 or 6 days a week. I think they were there Saturday as well. And it became like not a landmark, but if you was meeting someone and they perhaps didn't know the area, you could say, oh, I'll meet you next, or I'll meet you where the potatoes are. It's like, what do you mean where the potatoes are? Just follow this. If you get lost, follow the smell of potatoes, jacket potatoes. Oh, you mean cooked potatoes? Yeah. What did you think I meant? Well, I don't know. I thought you meant maybe like a farm where potatoes are grown. I thought, well, do you know what a potato smells like when it's just out of the ground? Well, actually, yes. I was brought up on a farm. I know very much what they smell like. And carrots as well. And broccoli. And bananas. Ah, you're lying about the bananas, aren't you? Yes. Okay. That was quick. I thought you were going to kind of defend your lie. What's the point? We don't grow bananas here, do we? Everyone knows that. And I said, look, you're just taking the fun out of this. This was just supposed to be a jovial, mess around, pointless conversation, and you're sort of taking it a bit too seriously. And he said, well, I don't have time to mess around anymore, mate. I mean, either you're trying to help me to point out where to meet you, and you're just making it confusing. I said, okay. He said, why don't you just phone me when you're here? Phone me and let me know where you are, and then we can meet each other and maybe just wave your hand. And I said, can't do that. He said, why not? I said, because mobile phones aren't really in general use yet. He said, for the sake of the made-up conversation, can't you just pretend that we have mobile phones? Why do you have to make it complicated by now deciding that this conversation's happening 30 years ago? I said, I don't know why I do that. Because you do it a lot, I've noticed that about you. You're doing it a lot, and I don't know why you do it. It's almost like you don't want an easy life. Well, I've never had an easy life. I wouldn't know what an easy life was. Well, now you're going in a different direction. It wasn't a serious statement. Just... But to your question, Cindy, is... Yeah, I've had loads of jacket potatoes. The only problem I have with jacket potatoes at home is they're so temperamental. So damn temperamental when it comes to cooking. Like how long they take. I mean, for something as simple as a jacket potato, it has to be in the oven for so long. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand why. It's like, oh, look at me, everyone. I'm going to stand out by taking 5 times as long as anything else to cook. Why? I'll be honest. I've never sat down and eaten a jacket potato and at the end of it thought, that was worth waiting for an hour and a half for. That was... No. Sorry. It's like 17 hours waiting for that jacket potato to cook. Okay, admittedly it cooked a lot quicker once I turned the oven on. But it's just still... It's just like... It's a lot of hassle for not much reward. I suppose if you love potatoes... I mean, I suppose my favourite potato presentation would be mashed potato or roast potato. Then maybe jacket. I don't know, maybe I'd go jacket, roast. I'd definitely go for mash first. I don't mind sautéed potatoes. Fried potatoes, they're nice as well, aren't they? That could be nice. I'm not bothered about. Yeah, I quite like boiled potatoes. Not even with anything else. Sometimes A nice boiled potato can taste nice on its own, or maybe a steamed potato can taste nice without anything else. When I say that, I just had an image of a plate with just one potato in the middle, which would be really boring. I don't mean that, but I'm thinking maybe, if you steam some potatoes and maybe some carrots and some cabbage, and then you put it on a plate, and maybe you've got something to go with that, and you eat the potato, and it's like, oh, it tastes nice. It actually tastes nice. Genuinely tastes nice. And I mean, you might not say it to yourself 3 times like that, although if you want to hear people looping and repeating themselves over and over and over and over again, go onto YouTube. There's a lot of videos of that where people just keep repeating the same sentence over and over and over. It's very interesting from a psychological perspective. And Vinny. See, I do like jacket potatoes. So yeah, I do. What was the question? If I ever had a jacket potato? Yeah, loads and loads and loads of times. Loads of times. I've probably had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. But not for a while. Not for a while. Did I used to get jacket potatoes regularly at one point? I can't remember. I might have done. That's interesting. I wonder if I ever did. See, I'm getting hungry now because I've got no food in. I'm going to have to order something. And I'm getting hungry. And Vinny is staring at me. He's now on my lap. And I don't quite know what he wants. Oh, you want to give me kisses? You give Daddy kisses? Yeah? He probably wants to go out, and because I've not taken him out for a few hours because I didn't want to get wet. And if I do take him out, I'm going to stand in the doorway and just let him walk out into the garden with the lead on, the long lead, and he's just going to have to do what he needs to do. I don't want to go out there. I don't want to get wet. Sorry, Vinny, I don't want to get wet. If that makes me a terrible father, then I'm sorry. I don't want to get wet. I really don't. But yeah, I do like jacket potatoes, and I'd quite like one now, actually. Thanks for mentioning it. I haven't got any potatoes. I got no potatoes. Jackie asks, was listening to an old podcast and you mentioned you loved Frasier and Cheers. Have you ever watched Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm? You'll either love it or hate it. Jackie, yeah, I started watching Curb Your Enthusiasm in 2004, and I think, in fact, I would say 100% back then, it was a DVD from Blockbuster, and I started to get interested in the box sets at that point, as well as the movies. So I got a box set and I just rented it, so I got probably the first season, unless it was like season 1 to 4 or something, but I think it was the first season. And all I know is like it was supposed to be funny, and it was HBO, which I've seen quite a few comedies from HBO that I've really liked over the years, and they're generally always 18, and I think they're good. It's not just the comedies, but also the dramas and stuff. It's just like good quality shows. I'd never heard of that Larry David before, and I don't think I had. But I also never really watched much in the way of Seinfeld, because when Seinfeld was on TV, originally in the UK, like when it was on in America, they put it on at about 11 o'clock at night, or quite really late at night, on like BBC Two or something. So I started watching Seinfeld in near the end of 1990. Yeah, 1990. That's when I first started watching it, and I liked it. It was very different from anything else I'd seen, and yeah, I did like it. And then I didn't really watch it again. I maybe watched a bit of it in the 90s, but it was on at such weird times. Why they didn't put it on Channel 4, or why didn't they put it on at peak time, like 9, 10 in the evening, between 9 and 10, which was kind of peak time for comedy. Friday night on a Channel 4, it would have gone down perfectly, because it would have fitted, because we had Cheers, like in the late 80s, Cheers, Roseanne, The Golden Girls, what's his name that used to do Tool Time, whatever his name was, that. So it would have fitted in really well with that time slot between 9 and 10. And I don't know why they didn't do that, because it would have been so successful in the UK. I mean, technically they didn't really need it to be successful here, because it was so huge in America and ultimately around the world. But if they'd have had it on at a proper time, a normal time, it would have been probably just as successful as Friends was when it came here. And Friends is, I mean, I remember when Friends came out, and it was like a frenzy in this country. It was almost like they were a new pop group. The promotion was crazy, and I used to watch it. I don't know when that was on. Was that on a Friday night? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It was on a Friday night as well. And then Frasier came out, which I'm guessing was also on a Friday night. So that Friday night slot on a Channel 4, I think it stayed the same, but just different shows came on. So Frasier, Friends, what's it called? Third Rock from the Sun, I think, was on again as well. That was on during that period in the 90s, early 90s. There was one which was an oil rig worker, and Ellen DeGeneres. Was she on Channel 4? Was it BBC 2 for her? Because she worked in a bookshop, didn't she? TV show, working in a bookshop. Ellen. So I used to love watching that. And that was that was more middle 90s. Because you know what? In 1996, I was doing security, doing nights, during night times, and I started buying, even though I'd already had loads of stand-up recordings, and then ended up giving them away or selling them, and then I got some more. I hadn't really purchased any stand-up recordings for a long time, but in '96 I did, and I got Ellen DeGeneres, and I think that was before her show came out. I think her show came out about 97. And then I got some more. I hadn't really purchased any stand-up recordings for a long time, but in '96 I did, and I got Ellen DeGeneres, and I think that was before her show came out. I think her show came out about 97. And then I got Ellen DeGeneres, and I think that was before So 96, I bought her album, the Ellen DeGeneres in concert, and absolutely loved her. And I was just listening to the audio. I didn't know what she looked. Well, I knew what she looked like from the cover. Finney's now whining. He wants something. What is it you want, Finney? How about you eat your dinner? Have you thought about that? Is that something you quite like to do? Eat your din-dins. And I was listening to Ellen, and she had me cracked up. So funny. Like, never heard anyone like her before. It's so different, the way she'd go on and then just keep backtracking and then going on forward and backtracking, and it absolutely brilliant. It was, yeah, just so good. I need to re-listen to that album again, because it was one of the best stand-up comedy shows I've ever listened to. Out of all the ones, and I've listened to a lot, that was one of the ones that stand out the most because of how funny it was. So good. I'll tell you what, if you've talked about stand-up comedy, if you're interested, you should be able to watch it on YouTube for free. Woody Allen's stand-up from, I think, about 1962 to 1966, or 1964 to 1968, something like that. And it's just clips of him doing his touring. And I think it's in black and white. And it's so funny. It's really funny. He tells the moose story, and he's it's really, really good, really funny. Anyway, I wonder what my favourite album is. I think I go through periods. So George Carlin was my favourite comedian for a while, so I had all of his albums. Class Clown and stuff like that. Richard Pryor was my favourite for a while as well. Then I went through like Bill Hicks, Dennis Leary, Andrew Dice Clay, Bill Cosby, his albums. So I discovered Bill Cosby's albums much later. I discovered him in about 1990. Not discovered him because obviously he was on telly a lot, but discovered the comedy. I didn't know he was a stand-up comedian. And Eddie Murphy in Delirious. That's still got to be probably, as far as that stand-up movie went, it was the best that I watched. It was probably the one that made me laugh the most out of all the comedy videos that I've watched of like stand-up. I think Eddie Murphy's Delirious was just, because it was so big and so spectacular, and he was this huge Hollywood star who I didn't even know he did comedy, because for whatever reason, and I can never understand this, we didn't have Saturday Night Live here. You know, that really famous TV show that launched loads of mega famous comedians and actors. No, we didn't have it here. It wasn't available. I don't know why. I really don't know why. So I never got to see, or was it Living in Colour or something, which had Jim Carrey in as well. Those things didn't have them on. Or if they were on, maybe they were on like middle of the night. Never got to see them. And that was a shame. Because I'd have watched them. Definitely. Dan Aykroyd. all them people. I loved watching that because I was a big fan of all those people. But from the movies, I didn't know that Dan Aykroyd. I knew he was a comedy star, but I didn't know that he did comedy sketches. John Belushi, with the blues guys, blues guys, is it the movie? And Chevy Chase, I loved Chevy Chase. His Fletch movies were my favourite. He's so that complete obliviousness to what's going on, and also the National Lampoon's Vacations. Again, same kind of character, just absolutely, just it doesn't seem to know really what's going on. It's brilliant. That look on his face, he's so good. Was he in Caddyshack, wasn't he? I think. I got talking about. Anyway, no. So I did. I've watched it. I've watched every episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I loved it. I can't believe it lasted for over 20 years. And I was also a fan of his best friend in it, the comedian. What's his name? God, his name's gone out of my head, but I used to see him. There was an argument in the show about the waitress from hell or the table from hell, and he was making out that that was his stick. He made that up, and there was an argument about that in one of the shows. And I remember seeing him on a DVD that I had. No, it was a comedy video I had, which was a live show at Rodney Dangerfield's comedy club, and I think it had Sam Kinison on there as well, and a few others. And I just this is going back to 1990. It's just wow. Just remember. I've got memories of that time when I really had aspirations to kind of be in that kind of world, and I guess I did. I was in that world for quite a while as well, just maybe not in the way I wanted to be, because I wanted to be a superstar. Yeah. So Curb Your Enthusiasm, one of my favourite shows, comedy shows. It was just silly, especially Larry David. The situations he'd get himself into were just ridiculous, and it was comical, but it was also nonsensical as well. But it was fun. I just found it fun. So yeah, I really liked that. Tracy Ullman was really good, wasn't she? Tracy Ullman. She was in the last couple of seasons. She was great. That's a very good character she played. And yeah, it was weird. Some of the characters, like I forget his name, but his surname was Black, because there was a hurricane and he let the Black family move in to the house. Because of a hurricane, I don't know if it's Hurricane Katrina or something, and so there was like a mother, grandmother, kids, and the brother, and they all moved out, and the brother just stayed. There was no logic why he was there, but he lived there, and he was just in the show from then onwards. From about the third season on, he was in the show for the next 17 years. It was like, okay, and he was like one of the main characters in the show, but there still wasn't really any logic while he was still living there. Why was he still living there? Just yeah. And then there's his manager, who's in the Goldbergs, the comedy sitcom called The Goldbergs. So he's his manager, and then there's the manager's wife. So his manager's like his best friend as well. But then his wife is... God, they don't like each other. But yeah, it's just good. I like it. I think it's all finished now. They won't be making any more. He's nearly 70 himself. And I think he's done now with all this stuff. But I would have... It's one of those shows I'd like to carry on forever. Because I don't think there's anything else out there like this. Not really. I don't think it's anything like Seinfeld. Maybe I've not seen enough of Seinfeld to do that judgment. Because in the show he keeps saying that the short bald bloke in Seinfeld was him. And a lot of stuff that happened really did happen in his life. And so, is it Castana or whatever his name is, the character? So I don't know. I know his name is it Jason Arnold or Arnold Jason? Or Jason Alexander? Is it Jason Alexander? How can I remember that? I mean, you could say, well, yeah, it's kind of... Jason. Jason Alexander. Jason Alexander. Right, yep. There's not that many actors or famous actors called Jason, I don't think. Not huge amounts. I might be wrong. Jason and the Argonauts. If I put in Jason in Wikipedia, what comes up? Jason, the mythical hero and leader of the astronauts. Jason Momoa. Jason Kubler, tennis player. Jason Stratham, actor. Jason Sudeikis, actor and comedian. Jason Williams, basketball player. Jason David Frank, American actor. Jason Isbell, American singer-songwriter. Jason Alexander. And then you've got Jason Kidd, American baseball player and coach. So that's the only people that come up under that. I wonder if I put my name into Wikipedia, has anyone started a page about me? No, they haven't. I don't exist. Oh well. It's a shame. Who's this Jason Newland? Who is he? Who is he? Right. So yeah, I watched it. I watched all the episodes. I just can't believe that they kept it going for 20 years. That's a long time. Huge amounts of time. And I still remember there was he put an ad. Well, no, it wasn't an advert, but it was the passing of his aunt, and he put in a message in the local newspaper, "Dear beloved aunt," and the person that printed it spelt it wrong, and they put a different first letter than A. And there's another one of the funny scenes is, I think he's been away filming something, and he comes back and sees his dad. He said, "You right?" He said, "Yeah, everything's all right." Yeah. So, where's Mum? "Oh yeah, she's been busy. She's and okay." And like he's avoiding the question. Where's? He's she's you were busy. What are you talking about? Where is she? "Oh well, I didn't really want to bother you. Where is she?" "Oh, she died." She died. Why didn't you tell me? Like, oh, but you've been busy, and it's just such a weird scene. That his dad didn't even let him know that his mum was gone because he didn't want to disturb him. It's just some weird things happen in that show. So yeah. Anne asks me, you said you haven't dated for a while. Have you ever tried a dating site or considered it if you want to date again? No. I don't know. No, dating sites aren't really for me because you have a static picture, and people are not going to click on a static picture of me. I don't really make a very good picture, if you know what I mean. It's not fair, but it's true. I don't know what it is. I don't think anyone's going to look at a picture of me and think, ooh, I gotta have him. So, yeah. And then there's also that backwards and forwards of communication with the apps. Because sometimes, I did go onto Plenty of Fish, probably long time ago. 15 years ago, something like that. And my profile's probably still on there, to be fair. Maybe it's less than 15 years, but I've occasionally gone back, but it's a long time. And then the only people I was getting was people a lot older than me, like considerably older. And I just realised I must just look really old. Or I was attracting a much older generation. Bearing in mind this was like 15 years ago, so I was like a lot younger. But I don't know. I just really I had one blind date with someone that I met who I think I replied. No, she replied to. I put an advert in the singles section of the local newspaper. I think it was a free thing. Just put it in, and she replied, and we ended up meeting, and I saw her for a couple of days. But outside of that, I haven't really. Yeah, I've never met anyone off a dating site. I did meet people off a phone dating site back in 2000 and 2000? Yeah, 2000 I think. There was this, it was basically like it was an online dating site, but it was on the phone. So it was, I think, what was the closest thing it would be where people would put a notice, and if you wanted to speak to them and there'd be like a carousel where you just be matched up with someone and say hello, and then just hang up on you if they didn't like the sound of you. And then you'd have other people with that you could just listen to their message, their introduction, and leave a message for them. And if they got back to you, then, there'd be a match and you could talk to them and eventually maybe swap numbers and talk offline. I'm pretty certain a lot of the people that were on there were getting paid to keep people on there. I mean, it was a premium number, but it wasn't cheap. It wasn't like expensive, I mean. It was, I don't know, 5p a minute or something. 2p a minute. So it was still costing, but it wasn't expensive. And what happened with the millennium, when the millennium came in, it messed up the system, so all calls were free for about a month, or for a few weeks at least. So word got out and everyone was on there. I can't even remember what it was called, but it was like a friends meet up kind of thing. So I met a few women on there during that period. How many? One, two, three. Yeah, I think three that I actually met in person. Yeah, three. It's weird because I didn't need to be doing that anyway, because I was meeting people in real life at the weekends. But I guess I was still looking for love. Still looking for love. And I was always better verbally talking to people than sort of maybe seeing them in the flesh and that. In the flesh, you know what I mean? Being face to face. On the phone, it was easier, it was safer, and it was just... I wouldn't do that again because basically it's pointless. It did get to the point where the longer the phone conversations occurred, the harder it was to meet in person, because that image of who we were, because we didn't know what each other looked like, that image was so far removed from reality. Not who we were as people, but what we looked like. And I think probably in that situation on the phone, you're presenting the best side of yourself, which is kind of normal. I mean, you're not going to just come on and be horrible and be grumpy, are you, I guess? But I don't... Yeah, it's not something I do now, but then I don't necessarily... I'm not really a phone person anymore. I used to love talking on the phone. Not anymore, really. I don't have that. I get, I used to work in call centres, so that was what I was good at, chatting to people. But now, yeah, not so much. I think what it is because of the call centre work, it kind of ruined talking on the phone for me. Because I used to find it so intimate to talk to people on the phone. And I used to be really good at, and I say good, but I used to be quite a good boyfriend on the phone. Not so much in real life, but on the phone I was quite good. And even people that I knew, that I'd met, I'd get on better with them on the phone than in person quite often. Even we'd met and we'd seen each other, but on the phone we'd be fine. And then, I mean, that same thing happened actually after, in 2011, met them like previous year, then met them again and kind of said, oh, let's swap numbers. And then she called me and we were talking on the phone every night for hours leading up to the next weekend. So this is a Friday night, and then every night, probably Friday night, from Friday during lunchtime, I think she called me Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then Sunday I was meeting up with her. So that's a whole week of conversations, talking about babies, talking about like maybe having a family, all that kind of stuff, settling down. So intimate. Like emotionally, I mean. And then I went round there and it was like sitting in front of I don't know, it might as well have been a dummy, like a store dummy, like which you put clothes onto, or a scarecrow. there was like no life there, and it's really weird. I don't know if it's because I was in her environment, or maybe she just didn't like me. It's weird, but we got on really well before that. Building up, I'd seen her quite a few times previously, and then hadn't seen her for a long time, and then saw her at the meditation, and we swapped numbers, and then talking every night for hours, so close. And then the Sunday morning, or for lunchtime, get around there, zero, like zero energy. It's very weird. I found that one of the strangest situations I've been in. Yeah, so unusual. So, I mean, I still wanted to give it a go because I liked her. I thought maybe it was just shy or whatever. It's just shy. She was just shy. I mean, I was a bit shy myself. And we were walking through the park, going to Blockbusters actually, and I went to hold her hand, and she said, pushed me away. So eventually I managed to get myself out of the bushes. I managed to dry myself out after going in the pond. And I was like, I didn't like her after that, to be honest. I kind of like, well, yeah, a bit unnecessary. A little bit. I mean, she didn't really push me over, but she did, like, no, not in public. Put your trousers back on. So, yeah. So, in answer to your question, no, I would not. I don't think I'd ever go onto a dating site. Ever. No, it's not really for me now. If I meet someone organically, great. But no, I can't be bothered with the whole kind of trying to impress someone, which I think sometimes maybe the texting backwards and forwards on a messaging, and I do sometimes have people message me, and usually they're scams. If I ever get a message from someone saying, I'm looking for a boyfriend, I'd like to get to know you better, it's pretty much guaranteed that that's just a scammer from some other country who's trying to sort of take advantage of a middle-aged man such as I. Now and then, there's a middle-aged man such as I. Now and then. So yeah, no, I don't think I would. I don't think I'd bother, to be honest. It doesn't seem a lot of point, really, with dating sites. I mean, for me, I'm sure it's brilliant for some people, but I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really be bothered with it. It seems a lot of hassle, and I don't want to have to put on a face. I've spent quite a long time just being able to be myself now, and I don't want to have to start putting on a false image again, a facade, and have to be on my best behaviour. Although I don't think my behaviour is too bad, but I need someone to like me for who I am. Like, all things considered, rather than how I am on that day. Because, there's also the bipolar and the mood swings and stuff. So I need someone to be open to realising that I'm not always going to be Mr. Cheerful, you know. You know, a lot of people that don't know anything about bipolar say, well, no one's cheerful all the time. We all have moods. That's not what bipolar... Bless you. Bless your little underwear. It's not... It's much more than just moods. It's wow. But yeah, I don't... I don't know how I'd broach that whole thing. And I don't know. I haven't had a relationship where it was all lovey-dovey since... I'm trying to think of like a relationship where I was saying, I love you too, ooh, that kind of stuff. The last time I lied those words, last time I said those words was, it would have been before... Probably 2006. So 20 years since I last told a woman that I loved her in this country. Like in you know, since I was in a relationship. Yeah, since I was in a romantic relationship, and I said, I love you. And I waited for them to say, I love you too. Oh. And then we just carry on watching the TV. So yeah, that was 20 years, 2006. And since then, no. So no, nothing. I've dated. I've seen ladies in the past. I've minimally, not much really. Had a few times out and stuff, but times out, you know, dates. But not anyone. I haven't been in anything that's been like romantic, where it was all like gushy, lovey-dovey. You know, I missed you so much. Oh, but I was just in the toilet having a poo. But I missed you. Oh, never leave me. Well, you want me to do a poo on the floor? No, I don't need that. I mean, just, I miss you so much. So like, look, I've just been in the toilet. There's nothing romantic about that. And, you know, I've opened a window. Just let you know, don't go in there for a while. Oh, I love the way you warn me and let me know to protect my nostrils. What am I talking about? Oh my goodness. You're so caring about my nostrils, so that they won't be affected by the smells. Maybe that's why I'm single, because I say stuff like that. I don't know. And also, I can't pretend to be interested when I'm not. That's another thing. If I'm genuinely interested in something, I'm interested. But I can't turn interest on and off. And that's not necessarily a good quality to have. I'm also... this what I do online, the sleepy, hypnosis-y stuff that I do online, is my number one priority in my life. So this has to come first over everything else. including me. Because without this, there is no me. This is me. This is my, I guess this is my identity now. And I've got my son down there, little Vinny. You know, they're the three things that I'm, my and I don't have a job, but my job really in life is to, main job is to protect him, to keep him safe, to keep him okay, to look after myself. I don't know if you can hear him, he's snoring. He's not snoring, I just saw his eyes open. I can see your eyes. Oops. Hello. Hello, mate. I thought his eyes were open, but they weren't. And I just put my hand on him and he's just like, what's going on? What's going on? What? So, yes, Anne, here's a story for you. I met this lady in a job I had, which was working. I was a counsellor there, but I also had a job as a receptionist, and she was volunteering on the reception as well. I hit it off with her, got on really well with her, and she says to me, yeah, two stories. She said to me, are you on, what's that, what do I call it, crap chat, not Snapchat, what's the one that people go on, they talk to each other on it, I don't know, anyway, the app. And I said, no. He said, well, if you get on there, this is my name on there. So I downloaded it. I paid for it. It's a free app. I don't know why I ended up paying for it. Added her. And it just completely ignored me. Didn't see her again, just ignored me. So that was like, I paid £5 for that app. Crap chat. What's it called? You know the one like everyone seems to have? It's a green logo. I forget. And then there was another lady I met at the meditation classes, and she was really friendly to me. Really friendly, chatted to me. I saw her for a few weeks, like at the classes, and very nice. And I went onto Tinder just out of interest because someone had mentioned Tinder, and this was probably 2008. So I went onto Tinder just out of interest. I thought, okay, let's go and have a look. Tinder is the straight one, isn't it? I think Tinder for, I don't know, it's the one for like to meet ladies. Anyway, I went on there and I saw her profile on there. So I added her and I sort of sent her a message. Hey, hi, it's Jason from the meditation. Perhaps you'd like to meet up for coffee. No thanks. That was her response. No thank you. So I went to meditation the next Friday. That was awkward. She'd been so friendly to me, chatting to me. But seeing her it's like, I mean, she was literally saying that she was available for anyone, and she wasn't fussy. Which is why I thought maybe I'd stand a chance. Anyone that says they're not fussy, that's a good sign. But I was just like, I liked her because we got on really well, and I thought, yeah, okay. Because I didn't realise Tinder was perhaps not quite a dating site as I thought it was. But yeah, that was strange. I think the last time I was on Plenty of Fish, I had someone that probably was in their 80s sending me messages. Hello dear, do you have your own teeth? Like, I'm 42 years old. That's what I was at the time. I'm 40. Not that I should necessarily have my own teeth at 42, but just, it's just, I see. I still can't. I mean, and it's not. I'm not being ageist at all. It's just. I know, like, why should it be someone younger? I understand that. It's just, but I mean, I just don't want to be used as a piece of meat. I don't want it to be. I don't want to be viewed like that, just as an object, just as a trophy. I don't want like some elderly lady taking me on just so she can show me off to all her other pension friends. That's just not fair. It's not fair on me, not fair on anyone else. Oh yeah, she gets a good deal out of it. But what about me? What about my feelings? All I wanted was love. All I wanted was love. Yeah, love, 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 love. Ooh. So yeah, it's been a strange day. It's been a strange time, because it's now 25 to 9 and I don't know what I'm going to have for food, for nourishment. I got enough milk for my breakfast in the morning, which is fine, but what am I going to have for my din-dins? And on a Saturday, on a Friday rather, I'm normally in bed by 10, 11 at latest on a Friday, because I like to listen to a radio show on LBC. Well, I do. Every single Friday and Saturday I listen to it. I don't know. Maybe, but I suppose if someone likes me, but how do you know if you like someone? I don't know. I'm not that bothered. If I meet someone or someone contacts me and, I don't know, just, it's not really been on my mind for 20 years, really. I mean, occasionally I've met people that I've liked. I mean, there was someone that worked in a coffee place that I thought was perfect. But, you know, just the way it goes sometimes. I think I'm better at long distance, infatuated, unrequited love. I'm better at that. I'm good at that. So, love someone from a distance, never tell them, and just feel sorry for myself. Yeah, I'm an expert at that. I've been doing that since I was a kid at school. Yeah. So the good thing about that is the person stays perfect. And because it's, you know, I've never ever dated anyone that I was completely besotted with before I dated them. Like, what I mean by that is someone that I'd never met before. Maybe I'd seen them from a distance. I don't mean from binoculars, out of a tree, through their bedroom window. I don't mean like that. I mean besotted as in maybe they worked in a place, or they'd started working where I worked, or I can't think of a situation, but someone that or maybe I just saw them on a bus, and I was like, oh, I like her, romance. And then ended up dating the person. It's never happened. Yeah, never. I'm not saying that I didn't like the people I dated, but I've never kind of had that infatuation, probably, before dating someone. I got to know people and liked them and got to like them more, and then dated them or whatever, but I've never had that kind of, or never sort of looked at someone for the first time and they've looked at me for the first time, or they've looked, I've run towards them and they run away. No, I've never had that, where it's like instant connection, ping, and you just hear wedding bells. And you say to her, can you hear that? And she said, yeah, we're outside a church. And it's just, but there's that instant connection, and you both know that you're going to be together forever and ever and ever. Now, maybe that doesn't really exist, but I've heard it does. I've heard that it can happen. I've just never had it happen to me. But I've felt that on a one-sided way. I don't mean like looking in the mirror. I mean, I've seen over the years, occasionally seen someone and thought, wow, there's something there. And it's not just physical. Anyone that says that, what it really means is it's completely physical. But I'm just going to, let's pretend, for the sake of the story, it was not physical. It wasn't looks. It was completely looks. There wasn't. What else could it be? She's from a distance. I can't even smell her. She's going to be looks, isn't it? Oh, I can tell what personality she's got from the way that she's walking. I mean, you can't, No, but let's be romantic. I've known that was a perfect person for me. There should be some kind of, maybe just perfection. Everything. A connection. Some kind of invisible psychic connection. She had big boobs. No, I'm joking. It's just silly. But I've never had that. I've heard people say that. I got a friend. I used to have a friend, and she said she walked into Tesco's. I think they were both walking. He was walking out. She was walking in, and they locked eyes with each other and fell in love instantly. And they knew that they were right for each other. And they moved in 2 days later. And everything was going well until the staff of Tesco's asked them to leave. They said, you can't live here. And it was kind of, I've never had that. I just never had it. And I suppose I'd like to know what that feels like. To have it mutual rather than just one-sided. If that makes any sense. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's not going to happen, which is fine as well, because, but it would be nice. There is something nice about having someone. I'll tell you what is quite a good aphrodisiac, emotionally, an emotional aphrodisiac, is meeting someone that's really into me. I mean, it's confusing. It has happened in the past. And it's very confusing, and I don't quite know what to do about it, how to deal with it. But at the same time, it feels quite nice, knowing that they're really into me. And I don't know why. But yeah. So that's a nice feeling. and feeling that they're not after anything. They're not. Well, I've been quite lucky because nearly every person I've been out with have not really been after much, because I've never had anything. I've not had anything for them to take. I've never had my own place until kind of now, I suppose. Technically, I don't own the place, but this is my, I'm the only one that lives here. I never had any money, didn't have a car, so I didn't have anything that was really going to improve the lady's life, really, other than just me. Yeah, I'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I'm only young. I'm only 55. There's plenty of time. Be 56 in August. No! Yeah, 56 years old. 56. I mean, can you believe I've literally been making audio recordings for 20 years, and I've not even done anything to celebrate it, like a 20th anniversary, something. There really should be, shouldn't there, some kind of... If I was a club or a business, I'd be sort of celebrating, like, 20 years of business, or 20 years of making socks. If I was a laundrette, 20 years of washing dirty underpants. I'd be celebrating. But I don't know how to go about it, really. And what would I do? I know what I'm going to do to celebrate 20 years. I'm going to make some more recordings. Just going to continue doing what I've been doing. Yeah. Oh, well. Plus, I'm the only person that's impressed by the 20 years. I don't think anyone really cares. But when I hear that I've been doing this for 20 years, I get tingles in me bingles. I do. It's feels nice. Almost like I've accomplished something. I don't quite know what, but something. Something or other. So I do believe that is... I've been talking for over 2 hours. I can't believe it. That's ridiculous. How did you get me talking for 2 hours? 60, 120, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, 140. 140. It's not 2 hours. It is 2 hours, blimey. Over 2 hours I've been talking now for. In fact, it's 2 hours and nearly 20 minutes. That's ridiculous. How can that be so? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel like I've been talking for more than... Maybe it does feel... Does it feel like 2 hours to you? It doesn't to me. But then it is nearly 9 o'clock and I started at 4 in the afternoon. So maybe, baby, I want to be the one that shows me... Blows... so it's time to go. Time to go. So, I'd like to say thank you for listening. And please remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. And remember also that it's okay to ask for help, because we all need to ask for help sometimes. Lots of love. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free, noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. noticing the feelings in the back of your neck. The feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper, relaxing, so very slow. Your stomach peaceful in your stomach. Notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. peace. Drifting mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go completely, let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go even more. Peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently softly and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 8. Seven, 6.
4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. Two. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like You're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? Feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax, to just take some time off, so that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. now your toes on both of your feet. Being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head. Not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face. Just so you can feel my hands. So you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with. Just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good. It's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. Gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand. Just holding your hand both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. Starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards, so massaging your back, but the outsides of your back, the parts where your arms would maybe rest against. All almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine, almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side. And from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side. To the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful, starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. And massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest. Because it's all connected, the chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there. It's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep to your ankles, and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle into your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side gently, massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this with two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. Moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot. The top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes. Massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening background sounds where you are. You'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own as you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out. Guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. I'm going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel. As well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. Candle 92. Candle 91. Candle 90. 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. 82. 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. Candle 72. Candle 71. Candle 71. Candle 70. Candle 69. Candle 68. Candle 67. Candle 65. Candle 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. candle 37. 28. candle. 10. let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really, because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor. You start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you, and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind and your life, to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor, because they're no longer necessary in this moment, this moment of deep relaxation and concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light and so healthy. And that sense of deep, deep comfort really does allow you to enjoy those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything so peaceful do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are, to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit, open and closing your hands very gently, just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel, with very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly, noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment, and just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that is a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations of your lower abdomen. As we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels, and it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently, also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips, and if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and then closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest, because it moves every time you breathe. you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now you can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement. Moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips everything starts to slow down. Including the thoughts in your mind and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings of all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling. Maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. Of course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back. Comes along, that feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same. Whether you're a man or a woman, there's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly. I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For relaxation to fill your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like in an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue listening to my voice, because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head, sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. And that feeling is spread through your spine and your nervous system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself